Good morning, everyone. Welcome to It's a Crime. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Linda. Today, we are in the sentencing phase for Chad Daybell and his trial. Yesterday, we heard the verdict of guilty on all counts. So that was amazing. We heard from Larry Woodcock after that, and which was really, really heart-wrenching. And this morning, we are going to be watching court, and it should be happening in less than 5 minutes. I think we're going to be hearing victim impact statements this morning. And good morning, everyone. So I guess we'll find out. Let's bring Linda to the United States and start a detective school. If you're just joining me, welcome. Please hit the like button and boop the button. Are you ready for this? Oh, thank you. My hair is wet, so if it looks greasy, it's not. It's not wet. It's just hasn't dried yet. So I'm just going to double check, make sure the live stream's all good to go. We are. Okay. We'll see what happens. Now, we know Nate isn't there, but we do know that Caitlin is filling in for Nate Eaton at East Idaho News. So we're going to figure out what's going on too. I'm a little bit feel like deer in the headlights. I've never been more ready. Yes. Good morning. So hopefully you got Kleenex. I think I didn't bring my Kleenex in there. I might have to go get it. Now, interestingly, Chad wasn't so animated as he was in closing arguments. I didn't get to get my coffee this morning either, so. Jen gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Colby is there this morning. I bet that is some pretty sweet justice for him. And there might be a little bit of a late start, so we can have some chitter chatter in the meantime. What do you guys all think? Chad had no expression compared to the day before. Colby is going to speak on the behalf of Tylee. Wonderful. I'm probably, well, and then, okay. You guys are all ready. Mike from Ohio. Linda, I just came on here. I got a notice that I violated your rules on this page. After this over, I have no idea what that means, Mike. What do you mean you violated the rules? No idea. I have no idea what that even is. If you want and you need it sorted out, give me a email at itsacrimeandashame@gmail.com. So I have no idea what that could be about. It could be a YouTube thing. I'm not sure. But give me a message and then we could figure it out. Might be just a oopsies or something. Kimbers says, been watching your insightful and thoughtful coverage from the beginning. Agree with your soaked by storms interpretation. So had to burn evidence. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Kimbers. Thanks for the super chat as well. Yeah. Interestingly, I would like to have a conversation further with that, for Tylee's, with that raccoon text. There's something bothering. It just bothers me about that. Never notified. Yes, that is the issue. If you have a moment, you could share this stream, I would really appreciate it. A lot of people aren't getting it. So if you can share it, I'd be very, very grateful. And then give that like button, gives YouTube the signals to, send it out. So hopefully people get the notifications. Sean says, was good a nap before work, but my brain won't let me. I understand. I could see him swallow big gulps of air. At one point, I saw him do that, the thing with his shoulders, but it wasn't as animated as the closing arguments. We will see that Charles was right. Chad and Lori was truly destroyer of families. Yeah, that's tough. Good morning, Kathy. Nice to see you. Thank you for seeing us through this trial. I love your time and effort and being a safe place to listen to the trial. Well, I'm so glad that I could make it a safe space for you guys, and safe space for me too. Annie Cushing's there, Tylee's aunt. Yep, probably going to be emotional. I thought Annie was going to speak for Tylee too, but I don't know what's going to happen. So, day is finally here. We'll see what happens today. You got the same message? Tell me what this message is, you guys. YouTube is acting up. Okay, I'm not sure what. Someone may have reported his comments. It wasn't a moderator thing. Sometimes too, if you guys make a comment, it might flag it and it might go in being held for review. That also happens. So I know it's basically over, but I still think Lindsay was too soft on Emma. I would have liked to have known more on Emma. She still brought it up, so. Brenda says, I've never gotten a notice like that, and I've done a lot of things to violate the rules. Oh, Paige Chad wishes the world ended now. No kidding. Not once in 31 days notified. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Slug thinks he's all wise and knowing, but he's really stupid and to think he never got caught. Yeah, no kidding. Just gonna check in and make sure everything's okay here. I wish they would have played some of the jail calls between Chad and Emma so we'd be proven the liar she is. No kidding. Following this case since the beginning on your channel. Awesome. Always appreciate your deep dive videos. Lots more to come, Kale, on that. Oh, a happy birthday. Venus Gal says he can't show motion, doesn't have any, so best he can do is try some weird slight movements. The only emotion I saw was on, what day are we on? Friday? It was Wednesday at closing arguments. He was animated. First time, really animated. At times. Yes, I watched that. He was clinging on to his hands pretty tight. It's interesting to watch him. His chin gets higher and higher and higher. And of course, last time we heard Lori speak, and people were wondering, do you guys think that Chad will speak if he has a chance to speak? Lori did last year, and she was talking about how she had a near-death experience. She basically justified their deaths, is basically what she did. Is the chat a little too fast? I can see if I can bring it down a little bit. They're usually late in court too, so should be soon. We'll just double check and make sure everything's a go. Yeah. If you guys can, if there is a certain message you guys are getting, and seems to be a few of you guys, send me an email. I want to make sure to see what's going on. If this is starting to be a habit or a like a pattern. So just screenshot it for me and then I can see. Yeah, you know what, Mike? Don't worry about it. It's nothing that you did that I can see, that you can see. Like, don't worry about it. If possible, screenshot it, send it to me, and then maybe it's something that's something that was flagged that was weird, or maybe somebody accidentally something happened, or if there is anything nefarious going on, I kind of want to look into that too. If it is, and then I can contact YouTube. So it's important. So you're good in my eyes. You're great, no worries. The justice for a crime is inherent in the crime itself. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna double check if I have to slow this down now that it's loaded. Hang on. Wonder what color Chad's tie is gonna be today. Will it be red? His lucky tie? Murderous red? He did wear it the other day. Um, Hang on, guys. Why won't this go over? Feels extra slow today. Time to turn up the pain on Chad, just like he does. Dial it up. Thank you for joining me. If you're just joining and wondering what the heck's going on, we're waiting for court to start. We are in the sentencing phase now. Yesterday, Chad Daybell was deemed guilty for all counts, as he should. That was step one for justice, for sure. Okay, let's see if I can add to this, and then I'll add some more or get to your comments. Just give me 2 seconds. I got to add some things to the stream. Okay. Oh, yes, she was very, very much a liar. Yep, that was Emma who stuck out her tongue. People who don't get notifications, unsubscribe, then resubscribe. You might even look and see that you're not subscribed. So that's another thing. So please hit that subscribe button if you aren't. And if you want more trials, I do deep dives, timelines. What else do I do? Theory videos, all kinds of stuff. And I get to the truth, or I certainly try. Nate Eaton said Idaho law doesn't permit jail calls to be publicized, which is weird because Lori's was publicized. Well, maybe because that was evidence that was shown in court, so it was allowed. Good morning from England. Welcome. Thank you. We're checking in and see. It looks like I don't think they're in the court yet. Probably by 9, maybe 9:05. Oh. Hearing there's technical difficulties keeping them from letting us into the courtroom. The victims also have not been let in yet. That was just seconds ago. Surprise, surprise, there's technical difficulties. Wonder what Alex is telling Chad now. You'll be joining me soon? Yeah, no kidding. Am I going to take a vacation after this marathon? I have 5 days I will be doing in July. 4 nights, 5 days. Some of it driving. But I will take a little bit. But the month of June, I have a lot of videos to put out. So no vacation for me on that. And then if Lori's happens in August, then we will do that every single day here at It's a Crime and go through that along with Corey Richens, Delphi, Brian Koberger. Well, that won't be till 2025, but I will still be doing videos on Brian Koberger as well. think in closing arguments, Lindsay was right in front of him and he looked interested, to say the least. Yeah, he was looking at the door. Remember that? If he could sprint fast enough. I was doing a little soliloquy on that. Thank you, Amy, for the super sticker. We finally reached the end of this long road. Isn't that true? It's been a long time. Lisa says, I want to say thank you to Linda and everyone in the chat for being so amazing, accepting, and kind. Honestly, these chats have been highlight of my days lately, and I'm so appreciative. I'm appreciative of you too, and everybody in here who's been very stellar. Minus maybe 2 or 3 little bugs. But other than that, it's been awesome. Thank you. Poppy says, death penalty, get solitary, etc. Limited stuff on own. Life without parole, he gets friends on block, visits, etc. Both will give growing old whether they execute or not. Hence, I lean to death penalty. Keep up the good work, Linda. Thank you. We'll see what he gets. I feel like he's going to get it, but I don't know. The impact statements will take a bit of time and a lot of tears, I'm sure. Oh, yes, I remember that. Lori said Tammy was visiting her in prison. Orange the new dark for chins. I think if Chad was riled up like he was the other day, I think he would have. I feel like that day he would have, because he was extra spicy. But thank God, because it'd be 45-minute patriarchal blessing. Yes, Slug will speak last time in front of a crowd. Most of you say no, not going to speak. Lynn Marie says, yeah, I hope so. I definitely hugged my son tighter last night and called my older son. And then he butt dialed me by accident this morning, which was so weird. What was weird was I had my phone in my back pocket, and I went to go grab it, and I looked at it, and my son's picture was on there. I was like, that's weird. That's not part of my photo, or what do you call it, screensaver. I was like, oh, he's calling me. And I answered him, and he's like, yeah, sorry, Mom, I butt dialed you. And then the strangest thing happened. I went into my room, and I have a book, but it fell. The book fell. This is the weirdest thing, because it was a picture from 20 years ago of me and my oldest son's dad. And I was hugging him. And it's like, why is that 20-year-old picture fallen out? And my son just called. It was the weirdest thing. I don't know. I get weird woo-woo stuff. Linda, you got me hooked on true crime. Been watching you since the beginning of this case, and I'm glad to finish with you. Hi, T. I'm glad you're finishing here too. I'm glad you could be here. I'm glad that you've been watching since then. That's been amazing. That's 4.5 years since I've been doing it. Linda was super surprised because I was looking up the death penalty stuff this morning for Idaho. Anyways, apparently if you commit perjury, you can also get the death penalty in Idaho. Interesting. Yes, I hope he doesn't give us the patriarchal blessing, please, for the love of God. Don't give us the patriarchal blessing. He won't speak. This way he can continue to think only he knows the truth. I should probably get the banner going too. So let's get that. Um, get that going. Double check our stream. We're good. My stomach is grumbling. Okay, no update yet. So we'll just chit chat. Yesterday we did a great job. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago now that we were chatting for an hour and a half? 2 days ago. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you. Hope that rent money is good because I don't see Pryor having much more of a career as an attorney after this. Thanks, Maddie. Oh, the rigor mortis of it all. It's the funniest. It's just, I'll never forget. You own it. You tell me. A commenter posted on TikTok that her mom was at Tammy's funeral and Chad didn't want to pay for a hearse, so she was transported in the back of a pickup. I don't know about that. Oh, maybe perhaps the raccoon will give an impact statement today. Good morning. Is anybody else having problems with YouTube this morning? Just let me know. I do try. I do try my best to be on top of everything, but sometimes, I'm still human. Hello. Hello. Sweet itsacrimers. I sent a super chat, but it didn't appear. That's weird. Just today? Did I miss it? I see you as you became a YouTube member. Welcome aboard. He might be an orange today. You think he's going to be orange today? No, not yet. I don't think so yet. Yesterday was verdict day. So Chad was guilty on all counts. And now we're waiting for the sentencing phase now. I don't know if he'll be in prison clothes yet. Lori didn't have to wear prison clothes. I don't think at the end. I don't know. I need to make note of these things for, each time a trial comes up so I can remember. Because there's a lot to remember, a lot of details. I want justice for Charles. He tried to warn them. They wouldn't listen even after they killed him. And look what happened. 100% agree. And I think that Chad, I said this yesterday, I've been saying this for a little bit now. I think Chad's next to go to Arizona, I think. Oh, I'm a little bit cold. I married Lori Vallow and all I got was his lousy orange shirt and 3 life sentences. That's funny. That's funny. And then just like a picture of Lori with her sunglasses saying, "Sorry, Chad." Not sorry, Chad. Thank you, Rodney, for the super sticker. And Karen, thank you. Anna says, "Dear Linda, can you please give my son a shout out? I recommend this channel to him. He's watching now." What's his name, Anna? Shout out to Anna's son. Hello. You're welcome. Thank you for watching. Let's double check. We're going to check in on here, see what's going on. Still hasn't updated about the technical difficulties. I bet it's going to be a little bit after 9. I could have got my coffee. I can't now. Something about that phone call he made to the funeral home just told me all I needed to know about him. Yep, and is Chad Daybell, and he wanted a ballpark figure. Well, now we're going to bring it on home for a home run and knock it out of the park. How are them balls, Chad? Please give a moment. There's 3,000 people hanging out with us. Yesterday, we had 4,800 people hanging out. That is a big, big stadium full of people. Please give a like, boop the button. And if you're enjoying this and would like to see more live streams in general and live streams for trials, then let me know. That's my little indicator as well. Chad claimed he was so innocent, he should have been man enough to stand up and defend himself, but he knew he did wrong and he was a coward. Yeah, I think everything when it comes to Chad, I don't even think there's any part that he would be even deemed a man, in my opinion. It took way too long to catch him and punish him. I think he's done it before. And the question is, how many victims were there before? I hope he is in chains and jumpsuit, those lovely waist chains and handcuffs keeping his elbows together. They'll be casting all over the jail cell. Linda has her Friday hair done today. Thank you. Are you golfing today? Well, like I said, it's not greasy, it's just partly wet. So once I did a video and it was kind of wet and somebody was making fun of my greasy hair. Like Letitia greasy hair. No. Hey, Matt. I'll be in and out today. Busy schedule. Thanks, Linda, for hard work and dedication. Well, thanks for being here, Matt. Thanks for hanging out with us. I got to be at the courthouse yesterday, celebrated, bad word choice. I know, Chad's guilty verdicts. That's okay. We're celebrating his guilty verdicts. You're one of us, Cinnamon Berry. Have not started yet. They're apparently having technical difficulties, so we're waiting for them to start. The lights, okay, this is what Caitlin's saying. The lights keep flickering in the hallway, but we haven't gotten any word as to what the holdup is. Spooky things are happening unless they're doing that on purpose to flicker the lights. I don't know. Thank you. Oh, yes, they had matching red murderous ties. Well, yesterday was matching too, but that was yellow yesterday. I meant 2 days ago. Oh, you like that? You decode emails and letters. Those are my favorite videos. Well, there's more decoding coming. There's more decoding coming. Those are probably one of my favorite ones. They're harder. Takes longer to do, but they're my favorite. And theory videos are pretty fun. I love it all because I love a good timeline video. I love the deep dives. I love all of it. Robin says, you might be subscribed, but check the notification bell is clicked to all. Yes, so you could be notified. Lori and Alex Murdaugh were in prison clothes for their sentencing. Was Lori at her sentence? But the judge decided sentencing in those cases, so maybe it's different. Well, Lori's was a couple months later too, wasn't it? So hers was in May, was the verdict, and sentencing wasn't until July because she had to do that. They had to do some sort of report on her. Thank you for the super sticker. If Chad gets the DP, it's only fair that Gibb and Zulema perform a casting the day before. Oh, get your pendulum out, Chad. What's it telling you today? Today is evidence for aggravated murder, then back to jury for deliberation on penalty. Would you think it's going to happen? How long it's going to happen, do you think? Chad probably thinks he's just like Jesus and Joseph Smith, been persecuted for his beliefs because he's a prophet. He looked up to Joseph Smith, and in more ways than one, let's just say. Can't wait to hear your breakdown of the Koberger trial. Any firm start date for the trial? They're saying 2025 for trial. Maybe Chad's wearing some extra protection today. Oh, awesome. Love your show. Such good research. Coke's husband. She's driving us road trip to St. George. Nice. More trials. Yes. Oh my God, I subscribed years ago, just saw I'm not subscribed. See, make sure everybody's subscribed. Let's see, hopefully the numbers go up on that, and give a little like. I'm going to be checking on you. Let's see where we're at, because we have 3,300 people hanging out. Let's take a little look at where we're at. We got to give some love. I'll give some love to myself too. That's not a bad thing. I'm learning that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Oh, I see it going up. There's 1,400 likes and 3,300. So I got my eye on you. I got my eye on you. Is there any Calgarians in here this morning? I got to meet Nate and Lauren yesterday. Awesome. See, I do tell YouTube that people complain to me about not getting notifications and not being subscribed and unsubscribed. And they said, no, that's not a thing. And everybody that I talk to say, yes, it's a thing. I believe it. It's a thing. 1.5. Is it going up? Okay, let's double check. Um, yeah, still no update yet. So we're just gonna wait. Let me check in and make sure my link is still a go. We're good. Tammy and Charles are causing the technical difficulties, at least I like to think so. Also, Larry was a class act yesterday. Let me tell you something. I was thinking about this morning. I gotta tell you a little. It's story time with Linda. Get your coffee. It's coffee talk. Okay. So some of you may have heard this story before, but even though our loved ones have passed, there's sometimes some things that remind us that they're here. And I had a brother-in-law who passed away uh, five years ago, and I saw my sister who was very, very upset, like beyond upset, and things that I wouldn't even want to see upset. So, in my mind, I had one of those conversations like, listen, if you're up there and you're listening, like you need to take care of my sister. And because I'm really concerned about her, because I was concerned that literally she was going to, she was too stressed out that something was going to happen to her. So I said, you need to take care of her and you need to give me a sign that you're going to take care of her. And so I said, well, what kind of sign is that going to be? And in my head, I thought about a feather. I was like, well, that's really, really strange because it's November and it was one of the worst storms in a long time. And it was frozen out there. And there's no birds in Canada, in northern Canada at the time. So let me just find this for you. So I said to him, okay, you got to give me a sign. I don't know, something to do with a feather. I have no idea how that's going to be. So the next day we go to his funeral. And I'm getting a picture out for you guys. We went to his funeral and I go to step out of the vehicle. I'm with my sister. We go to step out the vehicle and I look on the ground and I went, why does it look like there's feathers all over the ground? It looked like birds blew up and there were feathers everywhere. And I look closer and what do I see? No word of a lie. I've never seen this before in my entire life. The entire parking lot looked like feathers and they were icicles. They were ice formed as feathers. I kid you not. I'm already getting goosebumps about it. Now let me show you. I'm going to see if you guys can, well, I'll show you the bigger picture and then I'll zoom in. You see that? So now let me zoom in. And these are ice. This is ice. Tell me that wasn't a sign. You see that? It's maybe a little bit hard, but let's see if I can zoom in anymore. They're like fluffy little paper thin icicles. And then I said, that's funny. That's clever. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. And everybody just went, what is that? And so I told my sister that I was asking for a sign and that he had feathers. Oh, I got chills everywhere. And Charles is there. Look. He just changed. I'm like, I wonder if Charles is there. And Charles was just there. I don't know. Just it's a little woo. We're just gonna be here for the woo. And that's just it. Okay. Okay. So it was incredible. I'll never forget that. And then I thought, okay, my sister's gonna be okay. Zaluma in a little closer. I Zalumaed in. Look at that. So you can see part of the pavement on the bottom. Like that, is that not the coolest thing ever? So for those who have lost loved ones, ask for a sign and think of something and then see if you get it. And then Charles showed up. Abby says thoughts about Pryor saying that Alex and Lori killed JJ and Tylee for witnessing Charles's murder. Could that be why Lori kept asking Chad to check the percentage? Did they get killed for that too, and not only for the money? Well, let's rewind a little bit. They're saying that they didn't see anything, and JJ went into the car before it happened. Tylee, there was a little bit of discrepancy about not seeing Charles. But Lori had the kids were in Charles' vehicle. Lori stole it, the rental vehicle, and went and dropped the kids or dropped JJ off to school. First, they went to Burger King and then they went to drop JJ off. And Lori had a good, I think, 40 minutes, 20 there, 20 back, something like that. I remember about 40. She had time, and they went to Walmart, got flip flops. She had time to talk to Tylee and coach her through some things. And in my opinion, now Tylee's feisty, right? So Charles dies, things are happening. Tylee didn't want to move to Rexburg. She wanted to stay with her friends, but she also wanted to take care of JJ or make sure he's okay. So now you go there. I don't think it was, I think it's just Pryor wanting to put it on someone else. I think Chad was eager to do it all. I think he's done it before. And I think because of the egregious nature of Tylee, I don't think it was Alex. I think that was Chad. Bring on the woo woo, okay? Oh my God, I joined long ago now. It says I'm not, but when I press it, it won't let me. That's weird. You guys want to see the hats again? Yeah, this is giving us a little bit of good luck. So let's show the hats, right? Everybody want to see the hats? If you're new here today, you get to see a special picture. An extra special picture this morning. Here we go. Little homage to the imaginary raccoon. Just have a little look at that. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Hanging out. Okay, let's see if I could get the raccoon off. Still nothing yet. We're at 9:15. Calgarian, hello. Fellow Calgarian. I have a fraternal twin who I feel like doesn't look like me. I mean, I hope not. But my father passed. I slept over, woke up, and smelled his pipe at 3 a.m. Interesting. I know there's lots of little signs. I am familiar with hoarfrost, especially on the trees, but I've never ever seen it, and I've lived here for 47 years, and I've never seen it on pavement like that. Chad's latest Resident Evil at Raccoon City. Yes, I have a video. I have a breakdown. So if you haven't seen the Charles Vallow series, check that out. I'll give you guys with a playlist to it because that's going to be next. So you might want to go and dive in, refresh your memory, and let me find you the playlist for Charles. And I started that quite a few years ago before the information even really came out about Charles, like a little bit. And then I started diving into it. Where are you? Charles Vallow series. I'll get that for you. And then you guys can kind of see. And on one of the videos, I showed about Tylee going back in the house, but in order for her to go get it, the purse that was in Lori's closet or whatever it was, there was, oh, sorry, one sec, guys. It's hard to do two things at once sometimes, even though we multitask. She would probably see from that vantage point, see Charles. So I think Lori said a few things to her. Here you go. Yeah, there you go. Okay, here we go. There you are. Charles Vallow series. Welcome to the new members. Leslie says, my adult son walked in and said, is she Canadian? I said, yes. He goes, there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, Canadian. Yeah, Pryor threw out a lot of misinformation on his soliloquy on closing arguments. Thank you for sharing with us. Your channel is a new favorite of mine. Awesome. Glad you could be here. The Mad Hatters. You're welcome. I have to see it to the end. They need Boy Scout uniforms too. They're very, very alike, I find. You guys like that little laugh? Be prepared because we need a laugh before we are going to be getting into the tears for sure. The Church of the First Raccoon. So still flickering of lights. This is weird. Okay, double checking, you guys. Wonder what's going on this morning. Just heard court will begin at 10 o'clock. Be back then. Okay, so we're going to hang out. Apparently, according to Caitlin from East Idaho News, she said court will begin at 10 a.m. But we're here, and we hung out 2 days ago for an hour and a half before court started, so we could do it again. The hat picture just brings me so much joy. Thank you, Linda. That picture always makes me laugh my buns off. There's some good things, right? Adam said if Alex was alive, he would have told everything. He could never keep a secret or story. Lori said in text to Chad not to let Alex have too much alone time to think. They turned on old Sparky. Fellow Calgarian, hello. Awesome. Ex-Calgarian. I'm in Calgary. We need to do coffee. Wouldn't that be fun to do a little Calgarian group? Do you think there's any unsolved cases in Springville or somewhere he spoke that he could be connected to? Yeah, Kipling Davis. She was just outside there. And she's missing. She went missing when she was 15, I believe she was. I have it in the 10 creepy things video. And Kipling's dad knows Chad from the graveyard. But they looked in the graveyard with ground penetrating radar. Couldn't find anything there. But I just, I feel like there's other victims with Chad. And he started being super creepy when he was a kid. And I have that in a video. So anyone who hasn't seen it, they can check that out. And I put extra love and attention into this video, upping the visuals right there. Yeah, I'm from Calgary. Does my twin like her true crime? I don't think so. I don't even know. Probably not. I'm saging this chat right now. Oh, Mark, I believe you that it's hoarfrost. But I've never, ever seen it. And I do believe in signs. But I've never seen it on pavement. Awesome, another Canadian. Oh, right. The one climbing up the chimney or something, wasn't it? Thank you, Pearl's Dream, for gifting memberships. Thank you so much. The raccoon should sue for defamation of character. We have been chatting since 8:30. So since 8:25, so for about an hour. Apparently, court's now not starting for another 35 minutes, but we're going to be hanging here and do that. Steven says, I subscribed to your channel back in 2020. I just checked and I'm unsubscribed. See, this is the thing. I talked to YouTube about it and they say, oh no, that's impossible. No, it's not. And other YouTubers complain too. How are we supposed to get notifications out to people if they don't get notified? Or, it's very frustrating. Okay, I'm going to put the banner on. Let's just fix this. 10 a.m. court start. I might even put something in my community tab, perhaps. Those two murders were in Hawaii, getting married, lounging, loving life like no one else mattered. That's because nothing else did. Yep. When my son Kona passed away, my girlfriend picked me up and the kids up on her way to her house. My house phone called her car. Wow. Nate said the penalty phase could take up to 2 weeks with the jury being sequestered, hoping it's not that long. Well, I did prepare till June 15th. Okay, I'm putting the marshmallow blanket over me. Okay, it's gonna look like this is my fashion statement today. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Darling. I'm cold. Oh, you checked out the Lied and Lori video. Has anybody else, have you guys seen that? The Lida, I feel like I should do an updated video on it. I might do that. But the Lori and Lida video, it's like a copycat a century later. It is eerie how similar. And Lida was the first female serial killer in Idaho. And I did a comparison. I just put that in the chat. True again, Jamie's boyfriend have a wicked crush on Linda. Jamie doesn't mind because she does too. Oh, you guys are sweet. Well, hello. Thank you. Oh, that's cute. My husband has been to a lot of places with his work, and he said Canadians are the friendliest people he has come across. Well, that's so nice. I actually, a few months ago, feel like it's been a few months ago, I was out and in a store and I was paying for some items, and this girl looks at me and she goes, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. And she looks at me, she goes, oh, I know who you are. Oh my gosh, is she freaking out? I started laughing and asked her name. We were start chit-chatting. The very next thing that she says is like, what's going on in the Morphew case? I want to know what's going on with Barry. Tell me, give me all this, give me all the news. And that was before the autopsy results came out. That was probably the funnest thing. She was super sweet, super nice girl. So shout out to Christine. Hello. But that was so strange. I didn't know somebody would recognize me, but they did. It was fun. She was very sweet. You bet. It's so nice. Linda, maybe Lori found out Chad's verdict and she's sending her voodoo to the court from the portal potty. I should go get my coffee. I have to drive and then come back. I look Spanish. I am Italian slash Maltese, actually. My mom is from Italy. My dad is from Malta. And I have an interesting mix of DNA, which I find fascinating. And just because we have some time to before court, let me describe to you my origins. If you're interested. So it changes, it updates, but apparently I'm 49% Southern Italian, 29% Maltese, and then 8% from the Aegean Islands, primarily Greece, also in Turkey. Also, I have a little bit of Levant. Hopefully I said that right, but it says primarily located in Israel / Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon, Syrian, Arab Republic, also in Armenia, Egypt, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. So I have like 3% of that. And then 3% from Sweden / Denmark, which is interesting. That goes back like 4 times, a little bit more, like 4 times great grandfather more, and 1% North African, which I think is my lovely curly hair. So that's my mix. A little bit of DNA instruction this morning. A little bit of everything today. I could go grab the coffee. Will there be a notification? Well, we'll see what time the notification, there won't be a notification of when it's starting, but it should be at 10 now. So it'll start to play. That's right. Kiplin's family doesn't think he's involved. True, but I do believe that Chad's involved in something before. It's 9:35 right now. Airdrie now, but for Calgary for decades. There you go. Siobhan, you changed your name. Siobhan hates the funeral potato. I heard the raccoon was celebrating at Mel Gibbs last night on the raspberry gin. By the bushes. Maybe that's why he's duping, and because they only got him for 3 instead of 10. Maybe. Watched it 10 times. It's awesome. Chad Daybell is 55 years old. Glad you like it. It did take me 2 weeks to do, like full days. Do I get along with my siblings? Well, I have 2 older sisters and a twin brother. I get along with my family. My twin brother, I'm not so close with, but I used to be close with him up until he got married. Well, really until he met his wife, then we're not so close. But my sisters were really close. Oh, you lived in Bridgeland. Awesome. I know. You know what is funny? Every time I say about, I know you guys in the States are going to be like, she's Canadian and boot and about. But oddly enough, I think I sound like the people on TV. I don't have an accent. They don't have an accent. I think the headstone pick and book with Chad's is symbolic somehow on missing Kipling. I will look at that. The 1 foot in the grave. Kipling was one of my friends. She told my best friend the day she went missing that her boyfriend would beaten. Oh dear! It came out that the friends were all scared of someone. I think it was Chad. This is interesting. I'd like more information on this because Chad's a creep. Oh, that's so sweet. Lights up any room. We got to meet Linda and talk about all the crimes. Worked a lot on the thumbnail on that too. Just saying. I ate all the cookies yesterday, just so you know. It was a full pack and I ate all of them. So I ran out of cookies. No more cookies. I'm still laughing over Chad's underwear just went from light to dark. Was that not hilarious? That was the best comment. I love it. Okay, we're gonna do a subscribe check and a like check. Let's see. Like check. 1, 2, 3, like. Where are we at? So 3,000 hanging out. 1.6. Just, you know. Ooh, what is my top 3 takeaways from the trial? That's a loaded question because in the process or in everything, I know a lot of information already from the 4.5 years, like a lot of the details. So some of it was like, yeah, I know it, I know it, I know it. But there was a couple of shockers, like the Garth's roommate saying that Garth found Tammy when he got home from work, not 6 in the morning, and that Chad was gone. That was a huge thing. A takeaway from John would be John's behavior in court. I'm surprised that he didn't be more crafty in his behavior. He was hounding people so much that he would have been better off picking and choosing, which he kind of did at the end. Kind of wonder if he was watching people and getting their feedback. The prosecution did an amazing job. There was a couple shockers in court. Yeah. Such a great question, but there's so many, I can't even just do it to 3, you know? Yeah, tell me about it. I have complained so many times to YouTube about people being unsubscribed, so many times, and it's just like, yeah, even paid memberships need to be checked on if YouTube doesn't want their cut, totally. I even said, "Well, what's if people are paying, then why and I can't get the notifications to them, what's the point?" So there's a viewer though that sent me or made a comment that I could possibly do notifications maybe through text or through a different way, and not to bombard your guys' phones with it. But I wonder if, like, when I do an upload of a video or something really important, that I do it and then maybe you guys can get it. How do we snag a gifted membership? My understanding, YouTube randomly chooses it when somebody purchases it. I do try and do that sometimes, yep, and I should probably maybe I'll do one again today and we'll see. Um, on the community tab, we'll give them this link. What are your guys' takeaways from there, from this week? Or from the trial so far? Well, YouTube does a sweep, and sometimes if it's a fake, like a bot or whatever, they'll do a sweep. So every once in a while, I'll see a bunch of unsubscribes kind of thing, but they're just doing like a sweep or deleted accounts or whatever. But when people are watching and they want to watch and they're getting unsubscribed, it's happened to me too on other channels. So, but for them to say it doesn't happen, like, okay, yeah, it does. Marshmallows. It was uncanny, wasn't it? Okay, sorry for being quiet here. I'm just reading, I'm catching up on the comments. There's quite a few here. I do try to get to as many possible and try to give everybody a chance to say something. We are nice. Love to see an amazing true crime channel from a fellow Canadian. I'm from Saskatchewan. Nice to see you. I'm surprised that men aren't knocking down your door to date you. Well, let me tell you guys, the dating process is very interesting. I don't go on a lot of dates, but I have been known to go on a few. And some men are intimidated by me. I don't know why. I'm 5 feet tall. Um, and they look like a scared little boy. So, and I don't even talk about crime or, that I know how to hide a body or anything like that. I don't talk about those things. And some of them, there's just no chemistry. So there was one perhaps that I cared for, but he wants babies. So I can't have them. Not 20% giggle. What's the difference in food between southern Italy and Malta? There's a little bit of differences. I remember growing up, there's these like little pastry type meat pies were so good. That was when I could eat gluten. They were delicious. There's a few things that they do in Malta that they don't in Italy. Lori sings to her toilet seat in her cell. I don't doubt it. Probably gets a little better echo that way. Yeah, they do updates as well in DNA. So sometimes it's like they added Sweden in there because my dad, from his side, there's a little bit, but like in the 1400s, 1600s, I believe. I have like 3,500 family members that I've found in my tree. There you go. Cool. There you go. Everybody's telling me to go grab the coffee. It's okay. It's too late now. Welcome, Bev. It's first time. Welcome. We have lots of fun here, lots of laughs, lots of cries, a little bit everything. Do I think that there are going to be charges brought against others, or are they just quietly relieved they weren't pulled into all this other than testifying? I hope that they still go after Melanie Pulowski, but I don't think they will. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I feel like out of everyone, Melanie Pulowski's high on my list. I don't know about you guys. The very first case that I ever followed was OJ Simpson. I used to watch it with my dad, and we used to talk about it on the way to school. A boot. I can hear when you say sorry. When I lived in Los Angeles for under a year, and I noticed that Americans said dollar instead of dollar. We do it with like a ah sound, and you guys say dollar. I noticed that. How do I say project? Project. And A. That's nice, eh? First time I heard you said Fargo accent. Yeah, it kind of sounds like Minnesota a little bit. Can we have Linda Crime Con? Wouldn't that be awesome? That'd be fun. I wish there was a huge like place slash house where you just invite everybody to hang out. except when I say, sorry, sorry, neighbor. Yesterday's comment about Chad worrying about a spirit entering his body in jail. I know. Oh, thank you, Pearl, for my cookie fun. Those are good cookies. They were lemon, gluten-free lemon, like biscuit cookie thingies. They were so good. And welcome aboard. I see the new members. Welcome. Linda, thank you so much for helping me through a very painful night with endo. Your company and chatting helps so much. Aw, hope you're feeling better. That's not fun. Thanks for being here. A hard man is good to find. Let me tell you, everyone, we're going to have, you know what? Maybe we need a panel. Maybe we need a panel that you guys can vet the men. And then we could narrow it down. And then I can go on these dates with these men. Because it is a jungle out there. It is a jungle. I do not go out very often. I do narrow it down. And I have met some nice people, but they're just not my jam. Yes, I think Barry will be charged. I'm surprised he hasn't yet. He has to get charged again. Did I say roommate? I didn't mean roommate. I meant a coworker. Did I say roommate? I might have. Thank you to my moderators too. You guys have been amazing in the last always, but you know what I mean, for holding down the fort for 8 weeks. Solid. You've been amazing. Oh, yes, I should do that with the shovel. Yeah, Garth finding his mom and no one home. Wow. I'd like to know more about that, and I'd like to know about his issues with the indictment too. Aw. Oh, yay! Sunny Okanagan from Kelowna. I lived there for 4 years, and I'm gonna go visit there in summer. I go there and my heart is there, and I just feel at peace being near water. The last witness that described Tylee's injuries. Yeah, the diagram. That Emma talks to Lori in the clink. He told him to move home because he couldn't protect him from evil spirits. That's what Emily Baker does since Texan now has an app. I'd be curious what that is, if you know what it is. I'm in Wisconsin. I only hear a little accent. There you go. Thanks, Dave. Have a lemon drop martini on me. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Suzanne. I might just do that. Oh, lemon drop martinis are so delicious. Did Chad really have an accident in his pants? No, but I hope he does. Is that bad? Jen says, bought a super chat so you all may see. I had a moment yesterday that I'm not proud of. I love you all and respect all differences in opinions. Thanks for being here, Jen. I love all you guys. Yes, I'm not coming back. The deletion of location history, and I'm sad, but not in the way people think. Ooh, those are good takeaways too. The cop car with Chad, the text to Tammy about the raccoon, and the indifference of Chad and Lori about the kids. John owns it. Emma and Garth lied. Lindsay killed the closing at rebuttal and takeaways. Awesome. The children lack of emotions towards their mother flawed me. My fave, Lori asked Dumbbell to check JJ, and you called her. You silently and classically called her a biatch. The brick wallpaper in the background's for winners. There we go. John thinking the jury's so dumb that Lori was offering her fifth husband while she was married to an alive Tammy, right? Come on, John. The BS that came out of his mouth. I'm surprised he was allowed to say those things. Well, that's interesting. Since my husband bought YouTube Premium, I haven't been unsubscribed from any channels. That's weird. It's so weird why they do that. I'm not coming back did it for me, but if I was a juror, all you had to have to show me is that dead children found on his property. That's a start, that's for sure. I usually don't eat junk food, but my guilty pleasure is buying a plain dark chocolate bar. Ooh, yeah. Actually, I have sea salt dark chocolate downstairs. I could have that. Dawn says, Linda, I understand that you get removed from subscriptions if you're not active in making comments in the feed after long, then you get removed that way. Interesting. Okay, everybody make comments on my videos. And I'm in there too. I answer comments whenever I put up a video. I'm in the comments, and every morning I'll go in and I'll answer some comments. I'm not rushing, but it has been 2 years. It's been 2 years since I've been split. And apparently my ex-husband has a girlfriend now. And they have sleepovers apparently. Yeah, I have to. We were married in a different life, right? I know. I don't know. They're intimidated. I don't know. I don't know. We need to start find the new Mr. Linda dating show. We might be onto something. Okay, it should be any minute now. Let's just see. The time goes by fast. Okay. We're going to check. No update yet, but maybe in 5 minutes because it's never really on the dot. So maybe 4 or 5 minutes. Well, I like to keep it light. Yes, I'm in my 40s, so it's very interesting going on dates. Yes, pastizzi, there you go. Yummy. Hasn't started yet. You'll see it start right beside my head, right there. I might get the chocolate. Okay, I'm gonna go vroom. I'm gonna go vroom to the bottom. See what you guys are talking about now. Whittle Storm had a whittle accident. Thanks, Shelby. Oh, it was so good. He'd be my stepmother. Dad is widowed. I'm an only child. Oh, you be my stepmother. Dad is widowed. I'm an only child. There you go. Taking applications for the role of boyfriend. Do you think Chad's kids could be charged with perjury? Well, people were saying in the chat here that it's pretty hard that they don't go after that, which is too bad because they probably know it. They could just say, hey. Thanks for the entertainment while we wait. I've been watching other very good channels, but I'm not patient with the waits. If I go get chocolate, the court will start. I bet so. But like I can't eat too much. I've followed you since nearly day one. Don't comment, just watch. I've never been unsubscribed. It's so interesting how it's just random. I'm 36 and act 12 and got scared guys. So see, I don't know. I don't get it. Well, the thing is it just takes a man. I think that's what it is. It just takes a man to be able to handle me. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't found him yet. Yeah, hey, what if I get a secret camera? Okay. I put the secret camera on and I go to the date and you guys can watch how the date goes. And then you're like, no, red flag, no. The problem also is, okay, um, you know how I do statement analysis? Can get interesting in text. And it's like, yeah, no, this guy's no. There's some wonderful things that come out of doing this job. Court should be starting hopefully any minute. I do need chocolate. And I shouldn't. I need to 8 weeks of sitting. I need to get my butt moving is what I need to do. I'll still do live streams. Oh wow. I need a Larry but younger and not married, or a Charles. But it has to be in a certain age range. You know? And not too tall. I once went on a date with a guy who's 6'3". That was too tall. Because I'm 5 feet tall. And I wore heels and that was still too tall. Yeah. See, this Ruth, here's the thing. Be leery of a guy saying you're married in a different life. If somebody said that to me, I'd be like, girls, round it up. We're going. We're leaving. This guy's a creep. So men out there who want to hit on the ladies, do not use that line that you were in a previous probation together, because that will not land you a date or anything. Don't use apps. Go do things that make you happy. Well, it's funny that you say that. I joined a group that does different events and is just to meet girls and guys and be friends and buddies and hang out. Because, I work from home, so it gets a little lonely. And I thought, well, maybe I'll do that. And then I don't have to do the apps. I don't have to deal with it. That's so sweet. Thank you, Lily. Thank you. Portal dating. Maybe I need to do an app on that. Oh, this kind of date that goes to the portal. Baby reindeer much? Very true. The right guy will not be intimidated. It'll be easy. Didn't realize that until I met my boyfriend. Linda in real life streaming. Next on It's a Crime, Linda attempts to date and not find a Tinder swindler. Hmm. You are so welcome. Thank you for being here. Okay, maybe I will go get the chocolate by the time I come back. You guys don't have Aero bars, right? In the States? They're so good. They're little bubbles in them. It's so yummy. Sends text about raccoon, red flag. I haven't taken my vitamins either. I gotta go get that. Okay, hang on. Let's double check. Where are we at? What is going on with them? Okay, hang on. While we're waiting, okay, blah, blah, blah. It looks to me like people who are here for other reasons aren't being let into the other courtrooms either. Weird. Weird. So other people for other hearings aren't being let in either. That's weird. Wonder what's going on. One day you will run into the perfect man without even trying. One day. Thank you, Rebecca. I did that already. I made a list of the qualities. I did that. It is a page long. Emma's secret bank account was a revelation. Didn't want to share it with Joe. Didn't want to tell Joe about it. It sounds like it's doing that. What is my age range? 42 to 51. I am watching your 10 creepy facts videos. You did an excellent job on that. Thank you. All those coincidences too. Yeah, right. I pulled out some facts that you may not know, and I put it into a video, and it was interesting to see that Chad was weird from a little boy. I need a silver fox. I just, like a man. Has to be a man. Because there's a lot of boys who want mommies. Laura says I'm a wild stallion too. guys are like, I never know what you're going to do. Oh my God. I'm 5 feet without heels. I am short. You guys are awesome. I need an unmarried detective from a CEO. Type. Oh, it'll be okay. I do walk in and see Charles and I go, Lori's such an idiot. Oh my gosh, your husband is 6'6"? That's amazing. I just find like when I walk with somebody who's over 6'3", I feel like a toddler. Yes, also stay away from guys that talk about loin fire. But you know what, you guys? For those who are in the dating world, let me tell you this. Here's what I'm noticing. Guys tell you in the first 1 to 2 dates who they're about. One might be a little bit more of a facade, but by date 2, and women too, this goes for the other gender as well. By date 1, date 2, they tell you who they are. You got to listen though. You got to really listen. Pay attention, and they'll tell you who they are. Also, if you get some phone calls before the dates, or you pace them a little bit, so you're not doing date after date after date, you pace the date a little bit. And it's not to manipulate, it's just pace it, woo-saw it out, and they'll show you who they are. Are they consistent? That's one of them. Do they plan things? It's another thing. I let them pick. Oh, you want to pick where to go? Absolutely. And then I watch. And it's not even a manipulation. It's just I learn about them and then I see how they act. And when you do that and you don't control the situation, you just watch how it goes, girls and boys, because you know what? One of the things I love when I'm on a date is asking the other person, what's your experience like dating? And they'll tell me, and it is crazy what the women are like, not just the men, but the women too. And so I ask them, what's it been like for you? What's your favorite thing about it? What's your, not your favorite thing about it? I've heard some crazy stories. And if their name is different and their age are different, like don't go on a date with them, because if they're lying about that, what else are they lying about? So Tyler, you're 6'4"? Okay, I'd have to put on the 5'6". I have to wear the 6 or 7 inch shoes plus the platforms. I just find like I feel like a toddler. I had no idea Mr. Linda was no longer. Yes, June 12th will be 2 years. I hope we can get started. I do. Still nothing yet. Oh, good. There's a chance, but I'm nearing the end of my 40s. Not yet, but like I'm on the opposite side. I'm good. Look at that. I got a front parking spot at my college today for the first time. Listen, I call it the parking ferry. So when I drive in a parking lot, I just go, parking ferry's gonna provide. Boom, I get a parking spot every time. Believe it's true, it will. I can't wait to hear the raccoon's impact statement. Yes, Your Honor, I'm here on behalf of all the raccoons. And then just straight face it. Well, everybody else got to talk about the raccoon. Why couldn't I? Another huge Idaho truck coming up soon with Brian Koberger. Cannot wait for that one. By the way, I'm 6'6". Amazing, Eric. Okay, so Eric, do you date girls who are 5 feet tall? Let me ask that. Because 6'6" is super duper tall. You guys are awesome. I do say I'm a body language expert. I like long walks on short piers. Sense of humor hard to find, but mandatory. I love laughing, as you know. So there's a lot of joking going on a date. Maybe some live streams I'll just bring you out my options in my online apps for dating, and then you guys can choose. Here's what it says. No, Linda, no, not that one. You went on that one last time. Girl, if you don't go get that chocolate, okay, I'm going to get the chocolate right now. I'll be right back. I'm going to get it, and that way they're going to start. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, now this will replace my coffee. Now, I highly recommend this in the orange dark chocolate. Highly recommend. Lint, if you're watching, not sponsored, need to be. It's delicious. And I usually don't buy chocolate because I eat all the chocolate. And it's not that great for a waistline. But dark chocolate's okay. Okay. And I'm still cold. Maybe. But then they probably wouldn't be in there. Maybe something, who knows, maybe a hack or something. Maybe they're having a problem through a whole building. Something happened. I don't know. Oh my God, the chocolate's so good. Would I date somebody who also does YouTube? Yep. 100%. Melanie Gibb would fight for you, Rocky Raccoon. This is crazy, the amount of technical problems, but it sounds like there's a bigger problem there. I don't know. Remember, there was lighting issues. Yeah. Any indication as to what happened to Chad's 400,000 life insurance gains from Tammy? He spent it. He spent a lot of it, even just in Hawaii, and gave 40,000 to his kids, and then some. What? Hmm. We're at 10:21 right now, Idaho time. Now take that list and burn it. Hmm. Well, I don't mind a little bit older. Hashtag find Linda a date. Okay. Colby Ryan's there. Brandon Boudreau's also there. Not secret bank account with Joe, but in the cop car cam video, Chad's instructing Emma to go pay a bunch of things and take over the finances. There's money, and Emma says something to the effect, well, I'm not going to tell Joe about it. Obviously, he knows now. Tech issues and rereading all the statements before court begins. Okay, so there you go. We're okay. Linda, just go to Home Depot and wander around pretending to be confused, and then you'll find a real man. That's not a bad idea. What time do these men hang out? Well, once, you want to know real funny? 2 summers ago, when I was prepping my house to be sold, I had to go into Home Depot because I was buying paint, but I was asking a question because it was also outdoor paint for the deck. And the guy wouldn't look at me. He was talking to my then husband about how to do the painting. And I looked at him and I said, no, he doesn't do the painting. I do. And the guy still wouldn't look at me. He was trying to tell my ex-husband, I'm like, no, he's not the one who's painting. That'll be me. So maybe I should go to Home Depot. It's Friday night tonight. I'll go to Home Depot and see who I can drum up. That's bad. Is that bad? I don't know. Maybe they're all married men that go to Home Depot, though. That's no fun. Oh, yeah. I'm peaceful. Doug, nice to see you. What do you think Lori's going to do after being thrown out as the real killer and mastermind, and Chud is just a scapegoat? She's probably thrashing around in her cell. She's not doing, $1 million of this or whatever she said. Not a fan of dating apps and convinced women on free apps are in it for free dinner. You know what? I was angry about this. There was an article about a woman who scammed men out of dinners for an entire year. And she ate for free. This is such a problem because obviously For the women who don't do that, aka myself, it makes it tough. Now, I've been fortunate that my first dates, the men do pay for the date. And here's a tip: women who are truly interested, you'll know, I think. Also, in some ways, the way I feel, some ways is like, well, nobody wants to be taken advantage of, men or women. So there's some weird dynamics to that. It has to do with belief systems and whatever. I just want to know that a guy has a capacity to pay for a date, if that makes sense. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. I'm pretty easygoing. But I can see why you feel like that. But if you do a little bit of vetting before, I think you'll know a little more about that. Like, it doesn't have to be asking like directly, but I think you'll start to get to know what they're about. Wonder if in court Chad and Bubba got into a storm. Very possible, Poppy. You never know. Yeah, dating is a different adventure. This is interesting. Do you want to hear another tea time? 3,600 people know my secrets. Let me chew my milk, my dark chocolate. So I went on 2 dates with a guy, and it was okay. It was okay. But oddly, he tells me a story, because remember, I asked these guys, like, tell me about some of your weirdest stories. I just want to know, and we trade stories. And he tells me this weird story about his last date. They were dating for 10 days or something like that. It was a weird statement that he made. Again, statement analysis, a little weird. Then he says, Linda, would you like to go to the Nordic spa with me? I know it hasn't been date 2, but maybe for date, because date 2 was like the next day, because it was a week later, 2 weeks later. He's going to take me to a play. So I was like, this is amazing. This would be great. I'd love to go to a play. But he said, date 3, I know we haven't had date 2 yet, but next weekend, would you like to go to the Nordic Spa in Kananaskis, which is an area outside of Calgary that you go, and I don't think I've ever been there, but there's plunge pools and whatever. I thought to myself, that's kind of weird, right? And he's like, oh, because I have a gift or I booked it, but I booked it a month and a half ago with the other girl. Number 1, that's a red flag. Number 2, no, you didn't book it a month and a half ago, right? Then he says, you guys are gonna get all the tea. Then he says, yeah, and I just so happens to be that I have 2 nights booked at the hotel there. And I went, yeah, that's not happening. And he goes, no, like, if you want, I can pick you up, I can pick you up instead. And then we'll just drive out there, which is like, I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. I don't even know. I have to look it up. And he's like, they'll have you back by 10. Yeah, right. No, you won't. The way he worded it was so darn strange and so awkward. I'm like, yeah, no. So we go the next day to the second date, which was a decent date. But then, things start to come up. Like I said, they tell you who they are. He said again, so did you give it any more thought to Nordic Spa? I said, yeah, I'm not comfortable in going. No problem. And then I never heard from him again. What does that tell you? Everybody, general consensus, including the men? Put it in the comments below. My youngest brother's in prison, and they really do communicate with each other through the toilets. I bet Lori sings in them. Thank you. Dave says, we're at Home Depot any given time. Check the power tool section. We mean business. Yeah, but maybe they won't notice in the power tool section. What am I going to ask? Excuse me? Can you tell me about the miter saw? What do I do? I met my wife on POF together for 9 years. You have to weed out the crazies. 100% agree. Weirdest first date brought her baby daddy. What? No. No. He had loin fire, exactly. Mm-hmm. He wanted to hit it and quit it. Here's the thing. I love you guys. Okay. I purposely go, what does my gut feel? And I just went, this is all kinds of, there's something wrong here. So, yeah, no, I'm not going with you to the Nordic spa. And I never heard from him ever again. Because you know what was going to happen? He was going to take me out there, right? And I don't even know this guy. I've been on 2 dates with him, where at the time was only one when he was asking. He was going to take me there. He's going to figure out a way not to come back home. And I would be stranded with this dude. Now, here's the best part. Okay. This is the second date. We're talking about tattoos. He's like, yeah, I have a tattoo. I went yesterday and got tattoos. So I was like, oh, okay. Like, that's cool. He's like, you want to see it? I said, yeah, sure. So he pulls out his phone and he scrolls. And then he shows me a picture of him at the tattoo parlor. And he's has like neck to leg tattoos.
All rise.
And he was getting a tattoo.
Stephen W. Boyce.
And showed me the picture.
Thank you. Please be seated.
What? Thanks for sitting through story time with Linda.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd like to have our jurors brought in, please.
Red tie, I told ya. You guys are hilarious. I'm just doing some research at Home Depot.
I'm sorry, we do need to take up one matter outside the presence of the jurors. If they're ready, it will take a few moments. Apologies. Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding under Idaho's death penalty statute yesterday. At the conclusion of the return of a verdict in this case, the court gave some preliminary instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation. And I have in a closed sealed hearing inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocution that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. There are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, and I'm also advised then that you do not intend to, despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell. So thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in. At this time, then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chat Guy Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time, then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, at this time then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it, so that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Remember Lori last year, she was talking about how she had near-death experience, pretty much justified the killing of everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we spoke with you about some of your thoughts and feelings about if we got to this phase. And we're here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. Murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Wonder what John's gonna say. Just a bunch of rigor mortis.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory or an unusual or startling event can change that trajectory. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Yeah. Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that. Tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad goes on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society. Things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy Douglas, and they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children. 5 beautiful children. Very deep in their faith. Very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason William, Steve Schultz, Emma, Jason talked about Chad, that, and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory that bomb that came into his life was a woman who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Williams' own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. I said, everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits. And all of these things start cascading. And this thing becomes very complicated and difficult, easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. Paths changed. But you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
Third eye is rolling all the way back to Idaho
All
right
right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then, the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, at this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well, you can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe council has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well. Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case. I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know, the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes,
Will you please read that for the jury?
sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief stricken at speaking about how devastated I am at his loss. I sit here today, try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. From minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Kanan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat. We'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get to get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Pawpaw, asked me to give Kanan to him. He placed Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so Canaan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Canaan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Canaan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Canaan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future, to have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us, right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventures, oh goodness, wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt. He had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. that is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become. What type of man would he have become? Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin, Texas to visit them on one of many visits, and we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one being "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose just to joke and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. JJ adored our niece Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during the singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now grief that we are confronted with yearly, a stark and blaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11 or 12-year-old. How do you make them feel okay about it or safe? So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be, what would this amazing, what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and with Charles. There's a hole in my heart and the hearts of every member of my family that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The state can call its next victim for an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you
Okay.
very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, and my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. often minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed, and at the time not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further. Like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain. And the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th. As she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time. and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today. And by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life. Yet you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family. For me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. As I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We have been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family, in his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's little girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. and we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lola went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I planned to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from this celebratory event I had imagined. Excuse me. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment at something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, was that a drive-by hugging? I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, will Annie be here when I wake up? Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her, She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand.
Sure.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
Oh, what, John? Are you aggravated right now? I did put in a link. Annie was on my channel a couple years ago near Christmas, and we had a pretty good chat. So I just put the link in the comments then if you wanted to watch later. And John seems perturbed, not like we should care anymore, but yeah, like just zip it. Interestingly, with Chad, most of the time he keeps his chin up. With Matthew, there was shame. He had his head down for the first time quite a bit. Pryor is a tool. I don't even know how Chad can look at himself, honestly. Quite honestly, Judge. Chad doesn't need any tissues because he's proud of his work. It actually gives him joy. I've said this for 4 years. Although when Matthew came up, Tammy's brother, his head was lower, for sure. I noted that. Can't wait to hear the judge. Cannot wait to hear the judge. Colby should be coming up pretty quick. Probably next, is my guess. Yeah, I'll give you the video for that. You guys can look at John's special background. His shady past. I have a video on that, and I do detail it because the truth is in the details, as I've been saying. Right? Truth is in the details. I just put it in there. You guys should be able to see it. There you go. John's shady past, which makes a lot of sense. If you haven't seen it and don't know much about that part, it makes sense how he speaks to people. Yes. Remember, we were kind of worried throughout the trial. And then the way Judge Boyce talked to Lori, he really gave her that tongue lashing. And I can't wait for him to talk to Chad. I think it's going to be worse, but good. We're just doing a sidebar right now, if you guys are wondering. Yep, John Pryor. Here's his little shady past with a young woman. They're just doing a sidebar, so we'll see what's going on. Linda, thank you for everything you've shared regarding this case and effort you put into all your work. Thank you. Thanks for watching, you guys. Thanks for being here. We're hanging out with 4,600.
Something that I can never reconcile.
What?
That is the impact on them. An impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister. And I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of the relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling. We've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsey, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage, having trust that was built over decades of family time, completely broken, does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Honor, could we approach?
Yes. All right, thank you, council. We've been going some time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
All right. Whew. Well, they're just taking a 15-minute break. It's not a lunch break. And just so you guys know, the little marquee on across the bottom of the screen, I have who's speaking, if that helps, because I see you guys asking a lot of questions and I had it across the thing. So yeah, I think we could all use 15 minutes. Cheese and rice. Yeah. Colby has not spoken yet. He will. This morning we had Tammy's dad speak, Ron, and we had Kay Woodcock speak, JJ's grandma, and Tylee's step aunt. And then we had Matthew Douglas, Tammy's brother, speak. We had Annie Cushing, Tylee's aunt, speak. And we had Kelsey Douglas, Ben Douglas's wife, who's Tammy's sister-in-law, speak. That got muted partly from the court. That was not on my accord. That was them. And Ben Douglas was just speaking, and he is Tammy's youngest brother. But there's a common theme when it comes to Tammy's family, and that how broken the family is, and that the kids stopped talking to the Douglas family. And imagine that you're a close family and then the next day you're not. And he said there should be love, but there are major fractures. I do notice that all of the Douglas family have quite a bit of depth to them when they speak. Not that the others didn't. I just noticed it for the men, especially, which is awesome. And I hope, well, we know it's not going to get into Chad's heart because he doesn't have one. So we should be hearing Colby coming up. And if you're wondering why they're not on camera, it's because they don't put them on camera. No, it's Kelsey. The Kelsey that spoke today is Ben Douglas's wife. So it's Tammy's younger brother's wife that spoke. I'm not sure how many siblings. Hang on a sec. I don't want to misspeak. You guys might know that answer. I need a nap after this. It's draining. 5? I was going to say 5, but some people are saying more. I'm glad you guys are here watching it together too. I wouldn't want to see this by myself. Ten. Chad's kids are not going to talk for him. Oh, does everybody feel drained? I need more chocolate. I'm going to be ending up eating this entire chocolate thing. At least earlier we had a little bit of comic relief by my dating story. So that felt good. This does not feel good. This feels like I need to go get movie theater popcorn tonight and eat it with chocolate and chips and just like binge. That's how I feel. Linda, go back and watch Chad and John when court first started. They had to have been in a fight this morning. Would have liked to seen that. I just got my cell phone bill on my phone. Be interesting to see what Americans pay for cell phone bills. Like, who messaged me? Nope, just my cell phone bill. Linda, if all of us talked to your prospective dates, they would really be intimidated by you. Yeah, you guys, tell them what I do. Tell them what I'm like. Well, you couldn't get away with anything, that's for sure. Do you want to hear? I think I might have told this story, but we need a little bit of lightening the mood. So I talked to one of the dates and I said, well, what's your craziest story? He said, well, problem is a lot of girls on the dating profiles lie about their age and lie about their weight. And there's a lot of filters. I said, okay. So he said, this girl was really, really firm about meeting me at Tim Hortons. And some of you in the States, I think now kind of have Tim Hortons, but not a lot. And so she was adamant to meet him there. And he's like, well, that's really weird, but okay, whatever. If you really love Tim Hortons, I'll just meet you there. So he gets there and he's on his phone and he's like, I don't see you. Like, where are you? And she says, I'm right beside you. And he looks and he says, Linda, she looked nothing like her pictures. She was 15 years older and she was heavier. And he said, it doesn't bother me if she was heavier, but she misrepresented who she was in totality on her profile. So he walks up to her and said, no, you lied to me. She sat there. She looked at him. She reaches in her purse. She grabs a visor from her purse, puts it on, walks around the counter and starts working at her job. And I just said, no. And he goes, yep. She just went and just like, well, whatever. And then went and started working. Anyway, I hear lots of stories and sometimes we just have to. Linda would be testing her dates without them even knowing she's 3 steps ahead. Maybe that's why they don't want to date me. As a former Tim's employee, that's a serious red flag. Yeah, in Canada, okay, so my bill is $106. Somebody said 22, I think I read. Anyway, yeah, this is what happened. So she got her visor on and started working, and I thought, no, you can't be serious. The name of my lip gloss, it's by Rimmel. Do you remember? Do I have it here? The lip gloss is by Rimmel. And where did I put it? I might not have it here now. I might have moved with it. Did it fall? Yep, it fell. Rimmel. Captivate Me. So anyway, today's makeup. Let me tell you a crime story. I'll do my makeup. That's one phone. Yep, that's Canadian money for you. They're on break. They should be back in about 5-6 minutes. I give us a little bit of reprieve before we get back because now Colby's going to talk. I'm sure he's coming up next. If not, yeah, maybe next. And I need a lip gloss with Jolly Rancher. You know what? In Lori's, I'll do my jail makeup that way. Now, I don't know if I have another dating story for you. Well, there's interesting ones. That one was the funniest one with the Tim Hortons one. Gas per liter in Canada right now is a dollar. I think $1.56 or 51, which in American would be about $6 a gallon. Ken, I want to see some of the jewelry you make. I really want to see that. What is that? Get ready with me? Oh, I'd kind of love a get ready, but you know what? So here's the thing. If I ever did a get ready with me, I'd be a little bit of a smart aleck, you know? And it'd be like, so anyway, and like I'd extra outline my lips. Make it like the clown, like Lori's clown makeup, and just be like all over. And then go, hey. That's what I would do. Wouldn't that be funny? Who has given statements so far? We had Ron Douglas, Tammy's dad. Kay Woodcock. We know Kay and Larry. Kay Woodcock. And Matthew Douglas, Tammy's brother. And Annie Cushing, Tylee's aunt. And Kelsey and Ben Douglas. And Ben is Tammy's youngest brother, and Kelsey's the wife. Ken says, I have a little Instagram, but haven't posted in a while. I want to see your stuff. Do get ready jail version, Lori's version. I could lift up the toilet and sing a little bit and do the $1 million. Do a little get ready with the, you know, blush that she has on and her pen eyebrows and just like color them in with black pen. I wonder if that would work. Let's try. There was a little bit of speaking directly, not directly to Chad. But there was a little bit. Who did that one? I wrote it down. Do you guys remember? Yeah, Annie Cushy said he was a fool, but there was another one from one of Tammy's cousins, wasn't there? Or Tammy's relative. It was a little jab at him. Sorry, Annie's as well, but there was another one. I thought I wrote it down. Save your beats. Maybe I should, you know? Yeah, Annie said about Tyler, she was not one to suffer fools. And just knowing that all the kids kind of abandoned the Douglas family, there's something wrong there. They should be on any minute now. But one thing is definitely clear from every single relative of Tammy, that there is broken relationship with the children. Like even Ron Douglas said that the relationship is harmed with the kids, but he remains open. And it was gut-wrenching. Matthew Douglas, Tammy's brother, said to hear about Chad remarrying and Tammy's body exhumed, and that he still can't wrap his head around and heart around what happened to the children. It's amazing. Oh, Chad is laughing apparently on break. Let me see. He's such a heartless bastard. Yeah, during the break, Chad is laughing and nodding with Pryor. Told you he enjoys it, but we know that. The wheels of justice turn slowly but grind exceedingly fine. Very glad to do this with you guys. Thank you for being here. Chad's kid's not going to talk for him. Matthew was so elegant at describing ties to JJ and Tylee. So glad to be with you in this community at this time. Me too. Thank you all for being here. Yep, laughing, just like Chad would. Oh, good thinking, Anna. Michael, Samantha, Matthew, Douglas, and Benjamin. I mean, Matthew and Benjamin. Their last name's Douglas, 1 of 5. Thank you for that. The disrespect and disregard that Pryor is showing at these victims is horrible, pretending to read his papers in front of him as if they are so engrossing. Yeah, he just, yeah. Does it surprise us anymore, though, after how long watching him in court? It was Matthew that threw some jabs to Chad? Yeah, Chad had his head down while Matthew was speaking, which doesn't happen a lot. So let me just double check. We're still good to go. Whew. How are you guys doing? Are y'all okay? Oh, Texas Gina, it's okay. I'm sitting here like a fat cow eating donuts I had delivered and I'm supposed to be on a diet. It's okay. We are going to, today's Fat-Free Friday, okay? Today is Fat-Free Friday, so we all can just have a little bit of love and do what we want to do. Fat-Free Friday, no calories on anything. Okay? We're okay. I'm probably going to go get the movie popcorn, not going to lie. Rebecca says, where are you, Rebecca? I see you. I seriously can't get over the comments of hip hip okay. Hip hip okay. Whoa. Widow Storm is gone today. Okay, let's see if I can fix this because it's my comments are jumping around again. It's driving me bonkers. Who said every day is what I want to eat? Where did I see that? Just be active. In 8 weeks, I couldn't be that active, sitting here for 8 hours a day. But I will be. Well, there it is. Every day is eat what you want day. Just be active too, silly. Eat the buttery popcorn. Yeah, but the problem is I'm only 110 pounds. So I can't be eating 3,000 calorie buttery popcorn and just think I can walk it off in half a day. Calories don't count today. Okay? Nope. Fat-free Friday. We're going to eat our feelings today, and then we won't do that again tomorrow. Just today, okay? Not tomorrow. Love this chat too, you guys. I can't wait to hear Judge Boyce. Like, I will hang on to every word he says on this one because I think it's going to be really good. It was really good for Lori's, and it surprised me, but I think this is going to go like an extra step. I should be 104, not 110, just so you know. Just keeps going up and up and up. Probably because I'm eating chocolate and I'm eating popcorn and I'm eating chips. And usually I'm very, very healthy. But I have been eating my feelings. Not going to lie. It's not good to do that, guys. Don't follow my advice. I used to be 155 after I had my children. Where's, oh my gosh. I am thinking on donating $30 in commissary for whomever makes Chad their spouse in the prison. I love you guys. Thank you for the laughs. That's hilarious. So good. Listen, Linda. Jen says, I ate a Pop-Tart and I'm on a diet. F it today. Wedding gift commissary. I won't get to 144 pounds. Amy says, I match that 30. Could you imagine if we all donate to the Bubba Fund? Maybe we could get him a shirt with "It's a Crime Family" on it. Oh. And Shelby's literally eating for two. Shelby, how many weeks do you have left now? 7? 6? We should have done a countdown to Shelby's baby. This is our second pregnancy together, right, Shelby? The second baby. We went through pregnancy together on It's a Crime. Oh, I love you guys to give me some laughter, each other laughter. Thank you. Whew, that was dark. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Okay, Chad is sitting at the table with his attorney and the state is at their table waiting for Judge Boyce before we can continue with victim impact statements. Mr. Chuckles is sitting at the table. Hubba bubba. I'm bringing Linda to the delivery room. Oh my gosh. Can we put a rating on the shirt too? Maybe I should get you guys to send me signatures and we'll all put it on the shirt and send it to Hubba Bubba. Along with commissary. 210, 210, gonna get a 240. Da, 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 da. I'll send the coded gift basket. to Hubba Bubba. Oh, I love you guys. I don't know about you, but I have enjoyed these 8 weeks together and hanging out together and laughing. Who wants to just not laugh, you know? I mean, obviously there's times not to laugh, but I'm so glad to do this with you guys. Anna says, I 100% know what boy name is not on the table. Chad's 55. Chad is 55 years old. Bubba be high rolling. You know what? Can we also send Hubba Bubba of a ukulele? Can we? We'll send in this. We'll send him a ukulele and a gift basket with some commissary money. Hubba Bubba will know what to do with an "It's a Crime" sweatshirt, workout shirt. You know, a tank top for Hubba Bubba. I love you guys. What happened this morning? Well, they were supposed to start at 8:30. They never. There was technical difficulties and some sort of weird lighting going up and down or on and off. We had victim impact statements. Ron Douglas, Tammy's dad, Kay Woodcock, Matthew Douglas, Tammy's brother, Annie Cushing, Tylee's aunt, and Kelsey and Ben Douglas. Ben is Tammy's youngest brother, and Kelsey's the wife of like basically Tammy's sister-in-law. So that's where we were at. We're having a good laugh during break. They're 15 minutes overdue. Thanks. Thank you, Dodie. It's gonna be smothered with butter. Hey, something I learned in the States, you pump your own butter. And in Canada, only some places you do that. But way back when I first learned this, they did that in the States, but not in Canada. Chad's new songs, the loin fire sleeps tonight and burning ring of fire. Wouldn't you want to play that while he's transferred to prison? Because remember, Chad's cushy days of being in the local jail are over. He's going to prison. And with any luck, he's going to be extradited for Arizona for Charles. T-shirt. I donated to Chad Daybell's Honeypot Fund. Have you? Oh God, I love you guys. Oh, thank you. Who needs to send raccoon hats for the wedding? So good. Thank you. Thank you for your spaghetti and meatball fund. Thank you. Thank you guys. Okay, but listen, guys, listen, I can't gain a bunch of weight or I'm not going to be able to be healthy enough to do videos. So we need to back off. Ah, so good. I love you guys. At least we get a little bit of reprieve until Colby comes on, because that's going to be another tearful thing. It was supposed to be 15 minutes. We're already 20 minutes behind. Let's see what's going on. A bailiff just reminded the gallery to enjoy their chubby num-nums, otherwise known as snacks, while the judge is off the bench. Could this be the courtroom Daddy Nate is always talking about? Let me read that again. A bailiff just reminded the gallery to enjoy their chubby num-nums, otherwise known as snacks, while the judge is off the bench. Could this be the courtroom Daddy Nate is always talking about? Wasn't Larry usually that because he was handing out lifesavers at Lori's? Thank you, Ryla. Apparently chubby num-nums. Cindy says, I hope he doesn't get the death penalty. That puts him in isolation for 15 to 20 years. Life puts him in gem pop where inmates will give him his just punishment. Aaron says, don't think y'all should be laughing. Oh, we need it. 8 weeks of crying. We need a little bit of laughter. That was pretty tough this morning. And it's gonna be bad again. Judge hasn't talked yet. We're waiting for that. I know Colby's gonna be there, so we had several people for Tammy. Ron, Matthew, Kelsey, and Ben Douglas. For JJ, we had Kay Woodcock and a little bit from Annie, and Annie spoke for Tylee. And then we'll have Colby, who will be speaking for Tylee and JJ. And I don't know if there's anybody else. Do you? Will he? I don't think so. I don't even think they're there. Thank you, Bola, for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Yes, we are crying and laughing. I did get the recipe. Thank you, KIU. Thank you so much. I haven't tried it yet though. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here and watching. Yes, Brandon. Oh, Brandon is in court too. Now, one thing about Brandon, some of you may know and you might not know. Brandon was the one who had to identify JJ. So imagine that for a moment. And he went and said, okay, I'll go do that. I wonder if it's going to be done all today. What day is it today? Friday. Linda, you've made such a heavy crime bearable for us to stay sane through. Just keeping it light. Thank you, brokenhearted in Michigan. Thanks, Deborah. Thanks for being here. Nice to see you. It's weird that they're still on break because he was only wanting a 15-minute and not a lunch hour. Maybe Samantha's going to be up, you think? Tammy's sister? Greetings from Colorado Springs. Hello. Oh, here they go. I heard something.
All rise. Court's good at session.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jurors are lined up, so we'll go ahead and remain standing, please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
All rise. Here's our President Counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me. Very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability. Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. Or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha William.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I've never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. Two more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can inquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am.
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call, and I looked down to see Samantha's name, and I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie, encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. I never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so, and held a family service. I then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and the exact feeling of, oh, please no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters. Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. The stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically, and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of a win. And none to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names, and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye, to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this, because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? Very well. That will conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding. The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time. Thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, the court has submitted for your review sentencing phase jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form. So before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions. The court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this sentencing phase, and the court has incorporated those wherever it was practical to do so, and they were not in conflict with any previous given construction or instructions. So from the state then, I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. And just I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, well, Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream that definition, whether in this proceeding or in the course of the trial. I've stuck with the instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection. And so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the juror seats. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next. All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
All right, please. Here's our present count for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record, the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16. The state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts without more cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes. Ms. Blake, I'll just inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, labeling someone dark, lowering their death percentage, marking them for death. What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. On September 18th of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019, and she messaged Chad to let him know that. But remember what she told Chad, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased. Chad signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for Chad and Lori to be together alone on a beach, unencumbered by telestial obstacles, unencumbered by earthly obstacles. Chad formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, Chad taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that Chad could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death, money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on Chad's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death. Because of her body being burned so severely, there were charred bones, remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck, and you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of Chad and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and Chad, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant, by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand, has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting Chad 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, "I am worried I am going to be their fall guy." Another statement he made, either I am a man of God or I am not. Lori, when asked about believing Chad, if Chad is a Satan, he sure is a good one. Chad told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by Chad, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. At every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt with parts still missing, the death of JJ wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in Chad's yard, the death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Permission to,
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused Chad Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing. One of the other overt acts is that they claim that Chad did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before Chad ever knew Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before Chad was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time of my closing about Chad Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on Chad. If you've made your decision, but if you look at the indictment, the allegations with Chad Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with Chad Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs. And the time we spent on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused. This had nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. The insurance on Tammy Daybell, the $300,000 was set in 2002. And the state cannot allege that in 2002, Chad Daybell had some plan to collect insurance. When you look at the documents of the upping in the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason Chad Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the directions and uh, what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, Chad Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. Chad Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. And whether you believe or not that Chad Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the closing of the defense. Does the state wish to present any brief rebuttal closing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude the special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberation. So Madam Clerk, if you would please do that at this time.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the bailiffs here. The court will note, of course, that's the original 12 jurors who return the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes. At this time then, if all will rise, we'll begin deliberations.
All right.
I'll just.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Whew. Well, somebody's mowing the lawn out there. Hopefully my neighbor's mowing my lawn too. Oh, so you guys read a few things that I might have said, just repeated. But I know you'll forgive me because I don't swear on my channel. And it's a good thing I was on mute. Okay? Sorry, neighbor. So, how long do you think it's going to be? What are we going to do? It's 2:00 right now. I don't know what's going to happen. And John's ridiculous. I'm going to give you a history lesson. Why is he bringing up Joseph Ryan? They're probably like, who? Who? 144 seconds. Do I get 144 seconds? 150. Hours, not days. What are we going to do? Okay, so we are going to watch this like a hawk. That was so hard. You know what, though? I gotta say, thank you. I love Samantha, Tammy's sister. I love that she tells it like it is. And I love that she just said, you know what? I smell a rat. Best line of the day. And I love that she actually addressed how it was talked about that Tammy was lazy and all that when we know she wasn't. So, that was so good. Now, when we went over these factors, murder for money or remuneration, murder for money, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and utter disregard for human life. I think there was one more too, wasn't there? I said this before, and I do believe this. I think he's going to get the death penalty. I just have a feeling he is. I don't know if I'm wrong or not, but I have a feeling he's going to get it. What do you think? I love that the judge was breaking it down too. He was breaking it down, the meanings in cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Whew. And then more likely to be continuing to be a threat to society, which I thought, yeah, for sure. I can even imagine him out again, because if he did that, what he did, he'll do it again. I think death penalty. I really do. I felt that before, and I feel like he's gonna get it. Kimber says yes, but prefer Hubba Bubba. Can I go over the victim impact list? Yeah, so we heard from, sorry about can you guys hear the lawnmower? Ron Douglas, Tammy's dad. He talked about Tammy's mom passing away last June. He said it was hard because there's no relationship with the children, Tammy's children. And he said he's angry. And then his was fairly short. Then we have Kay Woodcock. She came up, she walked us through JJ's life and how he was just teeny tiny when he was born. And she said there's a betrayal that can't be explained. And I think everyone touched on that, about the betrayal from a family they knew, and then in an instant it's so different. And different's not even a good enough word, but you know. Kate also talked about Tylee. I love that she talked about getting a tire swing for Tylee and wanted to stop and get one for her. And that JJ was very super smart. We know he was on the spectrum. And she had wondered, and she said this in Lori's too last year, that she wondered if he'd be a scientist with amazing skills. We heard from Tammy's brother, Matthew Douglas, and he talked about how it's a nightmare that never ends. And he said that he talked about, finding out his brother-in-law had remarried, and then Tammy's body exhumed, which was gut-wrenching. And he said, and then there were the missing kids. And he said, wait, there's missing kids? He said, I still can't wrap my head around what happened, and his heart, what happened to the children. He said that Tammy was the emotional heart and glue, and that their mother was so heartbroken and she struggled with leukemia and she died on June 8th last year. So it was even just a day difference between when the children were found. It's the anniversary. He mentioned Tammy's kids being cut off from contact, that they stood by Chad and not stand by their mother. Hurt. And he said the family ties were broken and there was such an impact from Tammy being gone, who had the heart and glue of the family. And he said it's painful creating boundaries, but it's healthy, which I would agree. Anybody who's been through that. Also, he said that Tylee and JJ, he never knew they existed before this. And now they're forever tied in tragedy. And he said he'd be lying if it didn't make an impact on him. And he said his heart hurts with them. And at that time, that's when we saw Chad actually lower his head. Then Annie came on, Tylee's aunt. And she talked about Joseph, Tylee's biological dad, and how when Joseph first married Lori, and Joseph was a bachelor and never thought that he'd get married, but he married Lori and converted to LDS, and that Tylee was, Lori was pregnant with Tylee, and they were super happy about that. And Annie went into talking about how she connected with Tylee and that it was said how Tylee didn't like people, but she said that wasn't true. And she did say that it was true about Tylee not liking Chad. And she said, well, she was not one to suffer fools. I mean, and when you think about it, there's a difference between Charles and Chad, let's just say. And I'm not talking about physical. Not only physical. She had planned something for Tylee on her 18th birthday. However, that never came. And then she got to JJ and said she never quite saw a relationship to a dog like how JJ had to Bailey. And side note, Lori tried to sell the dog, but the trainer found the ad that Lori was trying to sell his service dog who helped JJ. And he said, no, I'll take the dog. She said it's like having a death by 1,000 cuts. We heard from Kelsey, who is Tammy's sister-in-law. It was cut off though. It was muted for the most part. They made an error. And then Ben Douglas, who's Tammy's youngest brother and Kelsey's husband, he spoke and he again said the amount of damage is basically irreparable. And he said that where there should be love, there are major fractures. And there's a common denominator, and that's that Tammy's children basically shunned the Douglas family and won't talk to them. Now, after the break, there was a long break, and we had Colby Ryan on the stand, and he gave his victim impact statement. And this is when you really, I mean, we know how much he's lost, but when he said that he's motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless, that's horrible. He said he lost his entire family, and it's hard to put into words. He said it took years to build a connection with JJ. He'll never get to watch them grow up. And he said he'll never get to see Tylee travel or have a family and never get to see JJ's love and light and grow up. And he said, it's like a nuclear bomb went off. And that's where he said, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. And not only that, but we got to add on to the manner as to which, 3 of them died. And all lies. All lies. And then to know that your mother did that to your father, your stepfather, but still he regarded Charles as his father, sister, brother. Then we had Samantha Gwilliam to the stand. And she talked about how it was such a quick funeral and no autopsy, a quick marriage. And she said, I smell a rat. And she knew in her gut something was wrong. And then the missing children, she finds out. And Tammy exhumed. And then when it came time to Pet Cemetery, I lost it. You guys were losing it. And finding JJ and Tylee. Now, side note, what happened before, many you may know, many of you may not. But the FBI asked Samantha, do you know of a pet cemetery? And she said, yes. If we show you a map of the Daybell residence, can you show us where it is? And she did. I have that in my videos. She said Tammy was her best friend, and they agreed when they're older that they'll live next to each other. And Samantha did get in 10 days before, actually 2 weeks before Tammy died. Tammy went to go see them. And I remember Samantha talking about them jumping on the bed and being kids, like they were young kids again. But she said it's not a crime to be a middle-aged woman. And Tammy is irreplaceable. And she misses her. And she said that the kids no longer speak to them. Again, another common thread. And that their mom was separated. Tammy's and Samantha and the Douglas's family. The mother was separated to the grandchildren. And she just said there's lies, deception, and murder, and the family ripped apart. She says, I stand for truth and I don't lie. And my sister should not be dead right now. Then came Michael Douglas, and he is Tammy's older and oldest sibling. And he said that something was off. He knew something was wrong, something was off. He said when Tammy was exhumed, he's hoping that nothing was found. He said once she was reinterred, that the mother, Tammy's mom, wanted everybody to meet, and they had a family service. And he said when the results came in, he just didn't want it to be true. But he said in question, Chad told us that they were empty nesters, because Chad opened his mouth. Again, remember how he likes to tell. And he just wondered, maybe they're in hiding. We all kind of asked that in the beginning. He said he's had to go through therapy, 2 kinds of therapy. His blood pressure is high. They thought he was going to have a stroke. He said for 6 straight weeks he didn't sleep. And he said he also took this on. He said he felt like a failure for not protecting his little sister. And he said he's angry and he hopes that part will go away. He said he doesn't know, no one knows who he is. And he talked about the charity for Tammy Douglas Foundation, and that people wanted him to take the Daybell off, but he said no. And he just said that he was robbed of growing old together, and he had his peace stolen. And it's been a train wreck, and everybody was robbed. And then we had the judge come on and review the instructions, and he broke down these aggravating factors of murder for money, murder especially heinous, utter disregard for life, and also talked about more likely continuing to be a threat to society if he was out. So Michael Douglas hit me the hardest because I'm the eldest of 5 children and absolutely can empathize. We had Lindsay's closing as well, and she went through and said the Social Security payments started, or she switched it from Tylee's account on August 28th, and 2 weeks later, Tylee's dead. And she received benefits. Lori received benefits, and then JJ was dead. And she told Chad that she's not going to get any money from Charles, but she's still going to make $4,000 in Social Security benefits. And she was actually making $6,000 in Social Security benefits while these children were dead in Chad Daybell's yard. And then September 8th, which is the same day that was the Yellowstone day for Tylee, they increased Tammy's life insurance. Chad got $430,000. The attempted shooting happened 1 month to the day of Tylee being buried. And it was all for Chad wanting to be alone on a beach with Lori. And Chad formed a plan manipulating. And he taught about possession in the rubric and all the hit list, as I call it. And they funded, it all funded, the insurance money funded their life while the kids were on property and they were playing a ukulele on the beach in Hawaii. Basically, I'm ad-libbing that part. She talked about the death percentages and Alex believing Chad 100%. Alex was worried that he's going to be the fall guy. And Lori said, if Chad is Satan, he sure is a good one. And Tylee was burned and her remains are missing. And JJ wrapped in plastic and duct tape, and also Tammy losing her life. And then they played the little video clips of them, which was very, powerful. And they even included Tammy saying, "I am Tammy Daybell." And then Mr. Pryor came up and he talked about espousing religious beliefs in the SSW wind direction. And he's going to give them a history lesson about Joseph Ryan. And it's not about remuneration. And that Chad wasn't there. And that's where I was swearing. Because it deserves that. It was so sad. It was a lot to digest. And the victim impact statements are so important, yet so draining. But imagine their life. Like, we're crying. Imagine them. Imagine what they have to go through. As I say, my cute little blanket. This is me. I don't get any hugs today. I don't get any hugs. My little boy's with his dad. My older boy is working. I guess my blanket's gonna hug me. So I think the jurors are going to take that all in. I think they're doing an incredible job. And I feel bad for them. They're going to need a couple things we didn't even see. the gruesome detail. We know the gruesome details, but we didn't see it. Thank God. Thanks for the hugs, you guys. I'm sending you guys hugs too. I got to bring my cat again to the vet, so that'll be at 4 o'clock. So hopefully nothing happens unless I can get my ex-husband to help out. Maybe. Ken says, if I could run for cinema popcorn, I would. Thank you. I'm definitely going to go get it, though. I have to. I might need a nap. Maybe I need a nap. I'll hug my magic bag. Maybe popcorn and port. That'd be a different combo. My ex seems nice. Well, he is there. He has his redeeming qualities, and at the same time, sometimes he's very clueless. But he's my son's dad. Thank you, Honey Bear. You guys are all kind-hearted too. Thank you so much for being here. I should be eating Skinny Pop. With the buttery popcorn from the movie theater is so good. I don't think they'll take long either. I mean, it only took them 6 hours to come up with the verdict. And maybe at this point they're like, this is a no-brainer. I don't know. Do you think it'll take longer or less time for the death penalty? You're welcome, Olivia. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching my videos. I really, really do appreciate it. I've said this before, but without you guys, there wouldn't be my channel and I wouldn't be able to do these videos. So you guys deserve a huge, huge thank you. Toffee popcorn. Okay, here we go. Where do I see you? Okay. Milk duds. You get milk duds and you get movie theater popcorn. You put your movie theater popcorn and then you put the milk duds in and it's life-changing. Date a guy that works at a theater, free popcorn. I'll try, Dave. But around here, it's mostly kids, so I can't be doing that. How much is a membership? As low as $2 for the channel. Popcorn and hugs fun. Thank you. I'm so glad you guys watched this with me and went through it the 4.5 years. You guys don't have to donate anything. It's okay. You just watch my videos. That's support. That keeps me doing more videos. If no one watches my channel, then I can't do videos. Yeah, milk duds. Okay, life-changing, you guys. Milk duds and popcorn together, I'm telling you. So good. Ken, are we allowed to send milk duds? I wonder. I'm gonna have an underground chocolate. Trying to send you guys food you don't eat or you can't eat down there. Thank you. More deep dives coming. Thank you. It's going to be some fun stuff coming up because I have some help in terms right now with some people who are helping me with the overall of the channel. So that'll help. That's a couple of meetings that I've had, and then there's quite a few people that emailed me to help out with the channel as well. So I've printed that off. Now I just have to go through it. I'm going to have to figure out a way, Ken. We'll get you some cold milk duds. Or might have to wait till winter time. I don't know. Milk duds are caramel inside a chocolate. Popcorn and Hershey Kisses. What do you think? How long is it going to take? Yeah, John saying Tammy didn't die atrociously. Get bent. You guys think 1 to 3 hours? What are we going to do? Well, I'll stay close to home. But then now tell me something. How long can they go back? Like, they wouldn't be able to come back at like 7, right? Like, I think the court closes at 5, no? So how does that work? They'll just go to a certain amount and then they'll retire for the evening like they did the other day at like 7:30. How does that work? Chocolate covered cookie dough bites are the best. Oh my gosh. I remember putting cookie dough in the fridge and then eating it with a spoon. Oh, what is wrong with me? I guess probably because I'm pretty emotional. That's why I'm thinking about food. Thanks, Eric, for gifting that. And welcome to all the new members. I'm so excited for you guys to be part of the family. And those who aren't part of the membership is also part of the family. They can go as late as they want, but then what happens if they come to a decision is my question. Like, let's say it's 10 p.m. tonight. What do we do? Some lucky man is out there perfect for me. Yeah, well, I don't know where he is. Let's put it out to the universe that I'm going to be manifesting a man. uh, Court on Saturday if necessary, but did they come back at nighttime or they would just wait till tomorrow day? Because I need to know that part. Thank you, Marcy. BC Girl says, I've set up 3 friends who ended up getting married. Well, see, maybe you could lead the dating exploration phase. You could run it and vet them for me and then send them to me. Aw, Jill, there are lots of channels covering this trial, but you're one of the few who stays here with us through the times, courts, and recess. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. No one says I need a man, but I would like one. There's a difference. I've been able to do this on my own for years and years. I was a single mom for 10 years with my first. So I don't need one, but I would like one. And I would also like someone to help me shovel the snow. Even though I do it. Oh, he did. Robert Picton died. Look at that. He was in a coma. I know he got attacked. Yeah. Wow. Well, I guess see what happens there, Chad. Maybe we should get a clipping and send it to Chad. What's the next case I'm following? So we got a big stack of stuff. The older stuff, Corey Richens, Delphi, Brian Koberger. What else? Lori coming up in August, and then I'll dive into some new ones. I have some theory videos. I have a couple things that I want to do, a few full story videos. So there's going to be lots. Yeah. Yeah. I went through a little bit there. There was one that I thought I found, but not the case. Oh, you're sweet. How can we order you some dinner? Well, people who have donated today will be buying me some dinner. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Thanks for all your support, being here, watching my videos. I'm telling you, I'm truly grateful. There was a time where I thought I might have had to quit. I don't want to quit. I want to keep going. As long as it can support my family, I want to keep going. I might do skip the dishes. Yeah, maybe I might do that or go pick it up. Because skip the dishes gets really expensive. Like, I don't know about you guys in the United States, but right now, food, if I order like dinner for one, just something simple, it'll cost me a minimum of $30. Siobhan says, I don't want a boyfriend, I want a personal chef. That would be nice too. I am seriously thinking about going to Lori's. If I could get there. It's just hard with the times because they always back out. So my soulmate is snoring on the couch. I don't miss that part. I don't want to quit this channel. I don't. I want to be here for a long time. I live in Texas, but travel for snow skiing multiple times a year. I feel sorry for the people having to shovel snow of house roofs and driveways. I was pretty frustrated this Christmas or this winter because we got a cold snap of minus 50. I think it was minus 45 or minus 50. It was really bad. And I had to try and plug in my car, and then I had to fish out the plug for my car. And then I bought a brand new plug to plug it in the house. And then it wasn't long enough. I was in tears. I was like, this is stupid. I should be having somebody to help me. It wasn't my finest moment. Where's my man? Thank you for the super sticker. A little something toward my dinner. Thank you. I'm gonna have a good dinner and some popcorn. I recognize you, Marcy, watching you from the beginning of this, starting with Charles. I love you guys too. Court just recessed not long ago. I'm a little bit iffy with time, maybe 20 minutes ago. I can't eat a lot of fast food either because I have a gluten allergy. Somebody said Taco Bell's $10 tops. In Canada, I don't even know. I don't think I've been eaten at Taco Bell in 20 years. But I even know I think McDonald's for people are like 15 to 20 bucks for a combo in Canada. Am I right? I was married 2 years ago. Next month it'll be 2 years. How do you donate money online anyways? They do it through Super Chat here or PayPal, or I have something called Buy Me a Coffee, it's called. I don't know if you want it or not, but you're wondering. Buy Me a Coffee, I think it's, hang on. Some people prefer it different methods. Get your food, you're getting silly. Isn't it funny how if I don't eat for a while, I don't even know if I ate today other than chocolate. How long have we been going for? 6 hours. Feels longer. And that's my tummy grumbling. Also taking applications for dates. Good night. I know there's a little bit of fatigue. You guys got to all promise you're going to all take care of yourselves tonight. Mama Linda said so. I live in a foreign country and I'm so glad we do not have fast food here. No temptation. See, that's the good thing for me is I have a gluten allergy, so I can't really eat a lot. I'm glad. I'm in Canada. Yes, I'm in Calgary. We have A&W here. Yep. I know. Milk duds and popcorn, I'm telling you, is amazing. From Ireland, yes. Thanks for being here. What time is it in Ireland right now? What's my favorite kind of cookie? I like ginger snap cookies. Gluten-free Oreo cookies are pretty good. What is going on? I used to barely eat any junk food. But, keeping it classy, except for if you saw me earlier, I might have been swearing, but good thing that was muted. $9.40. Yeah, I made a big dent too. Look at you guys. This was almost full. Look at what I have left. This is terrible. I ate almost that whole thing today. I don't even want to know. Oh, dear. So now what do we do? I guess we just wait until they have a decision. Let's see. My stomach is growling. Yeah, basically. That's it. So we just wait. Now what I'll do is as soon as something happens, okay? As soon as we figure it out, if we get the notification, I'll come back on here, whatever day it is, if it's today, tomorrow, Monday, whatever it is, I'll come back on here And even if I'm out somewhere, I'll just go on my phone. We'll figure that out somehow. And I do need I do have healthy snacks. It's just in the fridge. Did 2 weeks in Whistler in March and the food prices were through the roof at the grocery stores. Yeah. It is. The food here is really bad in price. Like just to get four gluten-free buns for my son is $10 for 4 buns. And his loaf of bread is $9 to $10. So we don't do a lot of sandwiches in his lunch. Victoria says, I know you're a goddess, but you should eat, Linda. Thanks, Eric, for gifting memberships. Thank you. Our family's growing. Pizza, movie theater, popcorn. Thank you. Wonder what's playing at the movie theater. That would be good too, to go see a movie. Anybody see anything good lately? A roast is $70 in Nova Scotia. Yeah, I stopped buying meat. I buy a little bit for my son, but yeah, it's bad here too. Like just for 5 things for my son, 4 buns are $10. A loaf of bread is $9. If I get a little pack of gluten-free pierogies, those are $11.99. What's the other thing? Although tortilla wraps for him are $7, so that's cheaper, but it's crazy. Even gluten-free Oreos are $7. Just stupid. But the cool thing is I do get a box of veggies and fruit once a month. Like I get a big box and I go through somebody else, not the grocery stores, and I get for $43, I get like a big banana box of fruit and vegetables. So I live off that. Yeah, it is crazy. Which is it gets me pretty angry. Beetlejuice 2 comes out this week? Oh, I wonder when Canada's going to get it though. Oh, I want to see that. Okay, guys, that's what I'm going to go see. Yeah, the loaf is smaller too. I agree, Ruth. Oh, it comes out in September. Okay. The Fall Guy's an excellent movie. I saw that a couple weeks ago. That was really good. I laughed. Can I change my, oh yes. I'm usually pretty good to remember, but thank you. There we go. I eat potatoes too. Yeah. Well, I do my best. We try and figure it out. My oldest son moved out last summer. He bought a little apartment for himself. So I don't have to necessarily feed him. Although once in a while I go get him a bunch of snacks and I feel like his eyes light up. I give him some bags of snacks and he's just like, oh, Mom, because, he buys regular food. I buy him food too, but the snacks are where it's at because he won't buy himself snacks. So I buy him 2 bags of that, and he set for a little bit, bunch of popcorn, popcorn kernels, so he can pop his own. Yeah, gluten-free pasta. We do eat. Who's in the Fall Guy? What's his name? Why can't I think of his name? The guy who played Ken in the Barbie movie. Ryan Gosling, that's it. Why can't I think of it? They did a great job at the Fall Guy. That was great. It was funny. If you guys haven't seen it, do watch it. It's really good. You love how now you're not laughing at me how I say pasta. About. You guys are cute. Okay, it's 10 to 3. I need a little rest and I need some food. I do need food. Oh, our butter. Oh, is it butter bread? Our butter here is $7 for a little thing of butter. I didn't go see the Smurf movie. No, we saw If with Ryan Reynolds. I thought that was going to be a funny movie. It was more touching, and then I'm bawling in it. And apparently, my sister said I had an imaginary friend growing up. So. I ask this every day. Every day I ask. It's like a bag of lemons is $7. Like, I don't know. I don't know how they do it. I am going to order food, though. So thank you for that. We don't do couponing. You know how you guys get this extreme couponing in US? There's none of that in Canada. You can't extreme coupon. 0. I have yet to meet anybody who can do that. I don't know. Something's going on. There's Charles. Look at what we're talking about that. And I look back. Hi, Charles. I swear, he knows. He knows when to show up. Thank you, Eric. So kind. Thank you so much. Our little group is growing. You know what? Superstore is starting to raise their prices. And I agree, because sometimes I can do Superstore here and we get free food, so to speak, because as you get points, you can change it. But they're upping their prices, which is pretty little bit sneaky. Thank you, Shirley. I might have to have some tonight. I need to take a picture is what I need to do, but then it might look like really bad. Surrounded by all these things. Oh. Awesome. Kathy says, I love you, Linda, but I also love your members. It's a great group of people. Agreed. I love all of you. We have so much fun and we chit chat about crazy things. Have I ever visited the US? I certainly have. Yeah, and I spent my 40th birthday in Sedona, which was fun. It was really good. Dave says, just did a burrito run. What I miss? We were talking about food. That's what we've been talking about, food. Apparently they're saying they can continue over through Saturday. So what I'm going to do is we're going to be in this together. If we hear anything, we'll come back on here and we'll do this together. Colby did speak, yes. I will, Shelby. I'm going to have 2. I'm going to have an extra one for you because you can't have any. I eat tofu as well. My little boy likes it. $2 in tofu or beans. So it costs us $4 for a thing of tofu. Add pasture, rice, and salad, and I shop sales and look for 50% off stickers. Yeah, I try and do just enough so it's not, spending a lot per week on food and, You're welcome. Thank you for being here and hanging out. You need to date a detective. You'll have so much to talk about, right? Actually, I talked to a detective. It was great because he actually is a retired detective, and I was talking to him on the phone. I never got to meet him in person yet. We'll have him on. We should have him on because he did one of the case, that Robert Leeming case that I covered. He was actually the lead detective, and I didn't know that till I was talking to him. So, or a lawyer. I think if I met a lawyer would be good too. You'd be surprised. People say tofu's gross, but then when you try it, it's not too bad. I bake it in the oven, and the consistency can be like chicken nuggets inside. I've done it before with nutritional yeast on it, and but my son doesn't like that, and I just do soy sauce, gluten-free soy sauce, and garlic powder, and you just put it in the oven, and then you bake it, but you cut it up. I'll do it with veggies too. My son is hard to eat veggies. Linda, you are the detective. Well, I try. I appreciated your comment earlier too. Where are you? Where did I see you there? Did I miss you? Sometimes it's the ripe ruin. Yeah, I appreciated your comment. You said you were a retired police officer. I appreciated that. You had some nice comments about my work on here. I need an air fryer. That's what I do. Yeah, because my son has an air fryer and he's liking it. Yeah, baking tofu, you can just do it. I think it'll probably depend on where you live on how long you bake it for, and I'm thinking. But it was like 10 minutes aside. Pretty much I flip them over. And then my son loves it. There's also, okay, go to a recipe thing called I think it's called like It Doesn't Taste Like Chicken. I think that's the place. And you can make with tofu, you make it in crumbly bits, and she gets you to put like nutritional yeast and soy sauce and all that, and you crumble them in little bits and you put them in the oven, and then you make like a Caesar dressing and make it like into a wrap. It's really good. I don't know what Butler soy curls are. That's interesting. The sound of tofu, like when I was younger, I was like, ooh, tofu sounds gross, but I like it. It's just, it's more in your head of what it tastes like, you know? I have cocoa aminos as well. My name is Natalie. I was a police officer in Utah before I moved to Oregon. That's awesome. Nice to meet you, Natalie. We might need to make we might need we might need to make a dish like and call it something. Like if it has tomatoes in it, we gotta call it something about John. If it's potatoes, something about Chad. All right. It's 3 o'clock. I'm gonna be eyeing it up. I'm gonna go get some food. And then I have to take Jada to the vet for a checkup. And what I'll be doing in a half an hour is trying to stuff this cat into her carrier, which is going to be tough. Thanks, Caroline. So nice to see you. I read that one. Thank you. So you guys take care of yourselves. Give yourself a little hug tonight, little extra self-care, whatever that means for you. And have some treats. Today's Fat-Free Friday. I say go for it. And tonight I'm supposed to be possibly going to an event to meet friends, but I don't know. I just want to go to have a nap. But we're gonna try and go out and meet people. So can I leave that running? I can leave it for a little bit running if you like. But it gets a little hard because it has to populate, so maybe not. All right, so we'll chat with you guys soon. I love you. Have a great weekend if I don't see you. Hopefully we just come back in an hour and we get this done. And then we can move on and still talk about, I will do these live streams and we'll keep going, okay? So love you. Good night. Talk to you later. I'm going to try and meet people. Bye.